like to call the
Recording in
meeting to
progress.
order. And at first, everything has changed on my screen. Oh, look at this. Thank you, Dr. Hackett. The first order of business is public comment.
Just a point of information, Mr. Chair, can just for the record, just kind of share why it is we're meeting virtually, why we changed from meeting in person, in case there are questions after the fact.
Certainly. So we are meeting virtually because of inclement weather, and there are members of district leadership who don't live right in town, and we didn't want to risk their safety, having them have to drive up to where they live in bad weather is the primary reason. But also, I know that there's some committee members who would have been remote anyway due to illness as well.
And I can also share while you were speaking, Maeve or David got the message. So we're being broadcast now over WinCam. So thank you to whoever made that happen over there.
Terrific. Thank you, WinCam. All right. So we do have a couple of virtual attendees. So the first order of business is public comment. Public comment is for a period of up to 20 minutes, and any citizen wishing to speak before the committee shall identify themselves by name and address and shall speak for no more than 3 minutes. No citizen may speak for more than once without permission of the chair. Public comment is not a discussion, debate, or dialogue between citizens of the committee in the committee. It's a citizen's opportunity to express their opinion on issues of committee business. I'm wondering, Ms. Bergstrom, would you be willing to be our timekeeper?
I am not in a.
Oh, I'm sorry.
But maybe Miss Bolognese can take over for that.
I'm sorry. I was looking at Ms. Bolognese and I just said your name, so I knew you were in the car.
Okay.
Happy to do it.
I was not going to ask you to drive and look at the time. So sorry, Ms. Bolognese. Are you good with that? Excellent. All right, and I see we have at least one attendee has a hand raised. I have to slide my screen to see. So may we elevate Catherine Plotsky?
Catherine, you have should be able to speak. There you go.
Catherine, welcome.
Thank you. My name is Catherine Plosky.
Catherine, is it possible to turn on your camera? Are you in a place where you can?
Can you see me now?
No.
Hang on. Having some technical difficulties tonight.
It's okay.
You are not alone.
I was gonna say.
I know more executive management functioning. Sorry.
I don't think I can.
All right. All right, well, we'll go ahead then.
Okay. My name is Catherine Plosky and I live at 31 Sargent Road. I am a 9th grade student here at Winchester High School, and I wanted to express my support for the initiative to switch Winchester to electric school buses. Diesel-powered buses emit greenhouse gases that contribute to the climate crisis, as well as causing air pollution that can lead to heart and lung diseases. Furthermore, I have friends who take the bus and have complained about the noise that it makes as well. The technology is available and cost-effective. They even have cheaper fuel costs once purchased, costing 30 cents less per mile than their diesel counterparts. Our neighboring town, Arlington, has already added electric buses to their fleet. I understand that electric buses would be an expensive investment and it's difficult for Winchester because we don't own our own buses. However, it's still possible to find a company that can provide us with this technology. There are plenty of options such as Highland Electric that can supply our district with clean, quiet buses for a reasonable price. Additionally, there is funding available from the state and country that can help small businesses like North Suburban, which we use currently, to pay for electric vehicles. We just need to convince them that it is a worthwhile venture and would help their business. The deadline for the current federal program ends on January 31st. Please consider the importance of this issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine. I don't see any other people in, unless WinCam is making public comments. I don't see anyone else in the meeting. So with that, I would close public comment and move on to the superintendent's report.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you for making the adjustment today. I am in the garden level here at Lincoln, so I've not been outside for a bit. I can't tell whether the weather conditions have changed, but we were a little bit concerned about getting people home, and just the amount of snow that we have on top of what was being forecasted earlier as being quite a bit of rain and wind. So I appreciate the last minute change. My apologies to WinCam. I'm just going to say publicly that my administrative assistant had to be out today, so I was on my own devices, and you know, I think you're all lucky to even be able to have a link tonight, what I think. So, and I'm relieved that I was able to at least pull that part off. So just a couple of comments. I would say we last night, my understanding was the select board met. And as many of you know, there has been some discussion on capital projects, capital funding. There have been some conversations around the potential of a capital override, debt exclusion override. But there was also conversation around the use of ARPA funding, and kind of somewhat specifically to the Mystic School HVAC system. And as you also know, I mean, the system itself is certainly old, certainly tired, and is certainly in need of replacement at some point in time. I don't really have, I did not see the conclusion of the meeting, but my understanding is that last night the project was not funded in full, but I know we have a couple members here who tuned in who may be able to speak to that. I just wanted to bring that up because it's kind of a little bit late breaking, and obviously would have an effect on us. As you know, you had asked Mr. Nixon to work with Andrew and I to work with Kids Corner to secure a contract for a successor contract to the contract that we've had with them for renting the building, leasing the building. We have been in the process of doing that, but the development of the potential of Mystic being having a capital project related to the HVAC system and the potential timing of that slowed us down a little bit. It also, I think, pointed out something with it that we did not have in the contract that we might want to consider, that we are going to talk to Kids Corner about, just in terms of the contract doesn't really contemplate how, if we have a major capital project and we need to vacate that space for a period of time, that there's some kind of language around doing that. Right now, the only mechanism would essentially being saying that you're not going to be in there. So we certainly don't want that. So regardless of the time frame of the Mystic project, if it happens, when it happens, that is a piece of language that we are going to go back and talk to Kids Corner about. And we are at a point where we're conceptually, I think we're in agreement with all terms. And we're ready and excited to get that piece of work done. So those really, I just want to bring that to your attention. I don't know whether, I spoke to Ms. Nixon, Ms. Bergstrom, I think Mr. Hopcroft tuned in. I don't know if anyone else tuned in last night, but I don't have all the information. I just want to make sure that I didn't miss anything, or if there are any other points that any member want to make about that.
Can I make just a couple of comments about what they did decide?
Go ahead.
So first of all, sort of a reminder to the committee, we have known for a while, I mean, just like the windows will eventually need to be replaced. We've had challenges with heat controls at Mystic. Much of the piping that's our oldest building, was built in the 1920s with an addition in the 1940s. There are some leaks in the steam pipes. The pipes are wrapped in asbestos. So replacing the heating system requires a pretty substantial hazmat abatement and removal process, would require folks to be out of the building. This first came to my attention, I think, on December 14th, that management was looking to kind of elevate this as a priority, but particularly with eyes on doing the work as early as summer 24. That would be very challenging to do in the summer of 24. As you all know, we typically fund major school projects, building system replacements. We typically fund that at fall town meeting, just given the runway that's needed to take, a conceptual set of drawings and estimates to a bid set. In this instance, we're sort of starting from zero because we don't have any of that. And to Dr. Hackett's point, we have some contractual obligation to tenants in the building. Families rely on childcare based at Mystic year-round, not just during the school year. I wanted the committee to be aware that Kids Corner actually published their summer childcare programming a month ago. They start taking deposits a week from yesterday. So we're like 6 days away from families putting down money for summer childcare at Mystic. And so really time is of the essence, because if we're going to have to kick folks out of the building, what is our obligation to find an alternative space for them? I think to summarize the board's discussion last night, a majority of the members certainly seem to appreciate the system needs to be replaced. They're in favor of the project. They'd like to see it get done. There was some concern about committing the remaining ARPA funds, which is just under, I think, $1.5 million for a project where we just don't yet have a conceptual design or a cost estimate. They did talk about alternative sources of funding, including the overlay account, free cash, perhaps something out of the stabilization fund. But Pete Lawson was there
Energy
last night.
grants,
That's right. Thank you.
energy
Yes.
grants, Mr. Nixon.
The energy grants, and also Nick, our rec director, was there last night. He spoke about the C3 grant. So Nick has access to some grant money that really is there to support childcare, but which is available for physical improvements. That wouldn't be, the lion's share of the cost, but it could be, 6 figures. So the board certainly seemed interested in understanding really all the landscape that, encompasses all of the funding sources. But I think to support the initiative behind getting this going, the board did approve $150,000 coming out of ARPA to fund the design and engineering and cost estimate. Pete indicated that he could have some idea of scope and cost by May if they got started right away. I actually think that's conservative. I think you could probably be close to a bid set by May. So hopefully long before then we can have a sense of what the cost is. And because the board also recognized that if they were going to go to Springtown meeting to seek some sort of funding for this, they would obviously need to have some of that information as well. So the board did approve design and engineering to get it started, but held the line there. The vice chair actually asked if there could be an update for the board either on the 22nd of January or February 5th to give them an update on what other funding sources are available. So that's not a lot of time, but that may be something management is working on as well. So they're taking a first step anyway. And I think that the select board chair is going to be reaching out to the school committee in writing to let us know formally about this, because they recognize we have some obligations to tenants in the building that we need to be aware of. And obviously this impacts our contractual work with Kids Corner. And just as a practical matter, if we're going to find space, not only for Kids Corner, but even rec, it's a big question for Dr. Hackett, Mr. Marin, where would they go? And is one summer easier than another? Quite a few folks have sort of pointed out Parkhurst becomes available summer 25. So that's sort of a summary of how it went last night. I'm pleased it's taking a step forward. Just to remind you guys, this was Pete Lawson's priority number 5 out of 12 in July, and then there were 3 white hot projects that came forward. One of those was the playgrounds, you all will remember. So by August, this was priority 8 out of 15, and yet it's been on the radar for a long time.
Any other members? Ms. Bergstrom, anything else to add?
No, I think Mr. Nixon gave a great summary of what's coming. And I would say that many members of the board also acknowledged that it is also, as Mr. Nixon has stated, a school committee building, and just better and continued communication with the school committee as a whole on what the plans would be for this project and that building moving forward as well. So I just look forward to the information that they're able to provide us on it. And I think we'll be able to have a better discussion about it when we have that information.
And with respect to the broader topic of an override for capital projects, which Dr. Hackett mentioned, that also did get discussion last night. John Fallon and Michelle Pryor had been tasked to come up with a plan for the board, particularly if there was support for an override as soon as the March ballot. Mr. Fallon shared last night that they feel like there are too many questions that remain. We have a lot of good information on a number of projects, but others are not quite fully into focus. Sounded to me as though some members of the committee want to have a little better understanding about which projects are need to haves, top priorities versus others that would be nice to haves. There are a lot of need to haves on that list, I have to tell you. So my impression from Mr. Fallon's remarks was that They just feel like they need a little more time, that the time is too short for a March question. They need to be really confident about what projects they want to seek funding for with an override, and they need to be able to tell that story to voters. So I think they talked about, perhaps something later, maybe May, maybe after that, but it appears that a March question is off the table.
Great. Well, those are good updates, and I appreciate where the select board landed with regard to Mystic, because I think, getting the information on, scoping out the project is important, both if it costs more than the available funds that they're considering, or, if they tie up those funds and it costs less, and we don't get to use them all. So, I think just as we talk about this in the future, it would be great to have an understanding of whether the system is likely to fail. In the interim, but it does seem like there are pieces that line up well with available space coming online and things like that. So I appreciate the work they're doing. I know it's not easy, and I appreciate the members who were there and reported back to us. Dr. Hackett, do you have anything else in your report?
Just to remind everybody that this Thursday is our first early release day for professional development around safety and security training for our staff. So all elementary schools will be releasing at the early release times, which parents can find on our school calendar. After this meeting, I'll send out another quick reminder. We have sent it a couple times, but I'll send it again tonight. And I'll also include, and I don't have the date off the top of my head, but we do have a session for middle school and high school that will be in February. So I'll include that date in the notice that I sent out tonight.
February 9th, right?
Don't believe so. I think it's the 11th.
11th?
I thought it was
Maren, do you know?
8th.
11th is a Sunday.
I thought it was the 5th or the 8th.
Okay, so instead of guessing,
Yeah.
I'll take a look when I can get my screen access.
All right. So for now, we'll say it's sometime in early February until we hear otherwise. So I don't have a lot from my point of view. I will say, since this is our first meeting back from, many people may have gone away or been on vacation. I did want to just give a shout out to district leadership, who sees vacation as a time to get work done. I know from the FinCom or the Fin Subcom, that's a school committee's finance subcommittee meeting, that the team was doing a lot of work over the holidays, and so appreciate all that everyone is doing while the community is away. And I note that our student reps aren't here, so I think we are ready to move on to the next agenda item.
Okay, it is Thursday, February 8th.
Thank you. All right, next item is our consent agenda for consideration of a donation of $500 to the first Lego lead from them to McCall Middle School from Heidi DeLeo. Consideration of acceptance of the minutes from November 6th, November 9th, December 5th, December 12th, and December 19th. We have a motion?
Just
Okay.
add one thing for the committee. We have taken off a gift to Vincent Owen School from the Parent Association. I will bringing that back again, likely at your next meeting.
I would move to accept the consent agenda as presented with thanks to the donor and thanks to those who've been working hard on getting all the minutes out as well.
Second.
Second it.
2 seconds there. All right, so all in favor, we'll do a roll call vote. Mr. Nixon,
Aye.
Ms. Bergstrom,
Aye.
Mr. Brady,
Aye.
Ms. Bolanese,
Aye.
their votes aye, so it's unanimous. Next agenda item is reports, updates, and action items, and the first of such is just went off my screen, but I know it's consideration of the approval of the transportation bid. And maybe we could, well, I think Mr. Maron, you're on mute.
I'll pop that back up. Hold on just a second. I wanted to get to the screen.
Yeah. And in light of our public comments, I believe, Mr. Maron, you'll address the situation with electric buses as well. So we go through this. That would be great if you could.
Yep. Yeah, we got the provide overview. Ms. Bolanese, did you want to introduce it?
Sure. I'm just pardon the French horn in the background. apparently they decided it was a good time to practice. Um, so just as Mr. Marin was saying, we met on, he was working on the RFP, the request for proposals process. And the bids for transportation for the 3-year contract were due on December 14th by 1 p.m. So this was a very precise process followed to the T. We gathered at 12:30 p.m. We waited till 1 p.m. and at 1 p.m. on the dot, Mr. Marin checked to make sure that there were no more bids. And we had one bid that we received from North Suburban. This was opened exactly or just at 1 p.m. So we went through the paperwork. We signed off on just the paperwork that we had received. And then we just had a few questions just on the electric vehicle follow-up, the proposal that was presented that was presented in the documentation. And then we finished up and Mr. Marin proceeded or was working in the ensuing weeks on just analyzing the bid from North Suburban. So I'll turn that over to Mr. Marin for more detail.
All
I was
right.
gonna say, Joanne, if you want to walk us through the numbers.
Yes, thank you, Vanessa, and appreciate your help in joining our committee to open the bids here. So what's linked in your packet, what's shown on the screen is the original file, but I can share my screen to show you the current bid here. 1 second. Okay. So you should be seeing this now. And since this was added to your packet last Friday, I did update a few numbers here. So we did notice that the vocational after school, it was carrying the what the FY24 bid amount was and not the renegotiated rate. And so I've updated that here. But what the sheet does, it's trying to compare what we are paying this year and against what the bid rate was as presented in the bid this year. It does vary a little bit where before in the bid there were kind of daily rates and we introduced tiered rates this time. With the introduction of the Lynch Elementary tier, it made more sense to go this way. And then also with the prior athletic transportation bid that we did, we went to a flat rate instead of mileage plus waiting time. So we extended that through this here too. And we do have 1 more year left on our current athletic transportation contract, but we include that here so we can align all of our transportation contracts into one kind of unified agreement. And so just reviewing here, we saw overall some varying numbers here from our current 2-tier, which is kind of our traditional daily rate, 415 to 452, or 8.92% increase. We also separate out what that lunch route would be. So this current year, we're paying this 162.5 per bus per day. That's that 234,000 that's currently funded through ARPA. And that original rate came in about $223 per day, or about a 37% increase. And last week we concluded a few meetings with North Suburban and their owner, John, and to renegotiate that rate. So we brought that 162 to 175, which is about an 8% increase. And then including below are different kind of rates for our vocational and after school. We also added an option for our extended school year for summer transportation. That's not something we offer now. That's something that we've seen a need for before. And so we included that and we'll be looking at funding. And if we're able to do that through some of our remaining ESSER funds, or we're working on what that looks like. And then we also included athletics and field trips here as well. So that's my brief overview. I'll pause if there's any questions or you want me to clarify anything.
Mr. Nixon.
Thank you. So I did reach out to Andrew and Karen about this a little earlier today. Andrew, I wonder if, can you just scroll down a little bit, take a look at athletics once more? So that second column over, which is next year, just so I want to be clear what it is we're being asked to approve tonight. The spreadsheet says $600 for those daily trips. So I'm looking at looks like F31. In August of 22, we accepted a 3-year bid that includes last year, this year, and next year. And the cost for next year is actually a little less. We had also actually bid 343 trips, not 350. And so I was wondering, were we picking up a few extra trips to account for? I think Mr. Aria had shared with us previously, we're in a pinch sometimes if we have postseason play, teams going to championships and so forth. That's just a handful of runs, but my understanding was as we were running 343, the column says 350. So I guess I have a two-part question. This column is still showing 600. My understanding, Andrew, is that we're not going to be paying that, right? Or we're accepting the lower bid from 3 years ago. And what can you share with us just in terms of the number of runs that we want to be budgeting for, to just sort of accommodate whatever athletics is needs? Yeah, that's it.
Okay. Yeah, so I think for the first part, yeah, so it's a little different where we have kind of an open contract and then we rebid it. And so so we're perfectly capable of doing the vendor honoring the current year rate or what's in our current contract. And if I was them, I would have made sure to align those numbers. But so this bid would be helpful going into FY26. FY25, we would use what's existing now for that. In terms of the trip numbers, I think it was just more of a kind of educated guess on and working with Mark. We just kind of rounded it to see what that would be. And yeah, in terms of anything, I can't remember any specific trips that we had, but we just kind of agreed that the 350 should cover it.
So I'm asking the question just because 350 is more than what we asked in the last bid back in 22. So I was just curious what was behind that, and if is 350 the right number, kind of where that comes from.
And yeah, so I think it was just how we rounded it. And yeah, I don't have any real specific details other than just that's how we presented it and working with Mark.
So then if we accept the bids tonight, it's understood we're actually paying the lower rate on athletics that was year 3 from the prior bid. Is that right?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Bergstrom.
I just had a quick question about the vocational and afternoon. I noticed a larger increase in those areas than in our typical runs. Is there any explanation from North Suburban as to why that's a 20% increase versus the 8% increase in our regular tiers? Is it harder for them to get drivers? It just wasn't a consistent jump.
Yeah, and speaking with him about, he kind of speaks to his general costs for these. We could go back and see if you negotiate any further on that pricing. Like I said, most of our conversations were on that Lynch route that was closer to the 40%. But yeah, we do agree
Right.
there. So.
Well, especially like the vocational, I could understand maybe a bigger jump because they're taking them outside of Winchester, but the afternoon only was surprising to me because it's really just another bus on a tier that we're already running, correct?
No.
And it only goes to the single
Uh,
location?
Oh, it could be, no, it's a, I'm sorry if you could repeat that. So it's a separate bus. So if we're running kind of a rate for all day, those 2-tier buses, and then we bring in an additional bus or two in the afternoon. That's what
Right.
it's for. And usually that's coming from another district. But I know that these rates, what they bid on the original contract was closer to these numbers, and then it was renegotiated for these lower rates that you're seeing, the 184,
Yeah.
275. Where I think the afternoon was 325 in their bid, and this is at 275. Vocational was 225 versus 184.
Mr. Brady?
First, I just want to thank Mr. Marin for his work in negotiating the rate down, going from the 37% increase to the 8% increase. That's a significant savings. So thank you for that. The other piece I just want to clarify on. So these are the overall costs, but for some of the regular transportation, we do have families that pay. So this total cost is not the total cost that we are going to have in our budget necessarily. Is that correct?
Correct. Yep. Yeah, I think rough numbers. I think we take in about 300. This year we took in about 340,000, and that's less what we typically have with Lynch. So Lynch was free this year. But not free, was kind of paid with those ARPA funds. So of that 340,000, and then we have there's a general fund appropriation that you'll see in the budget later. That's around it's around $500,000 there, I think. I have to look it up, but yeah, it is separate from. It's not totally funded through the general fund appropriation.
That's great. Thank you.
And Mr. Marin, thank you as well. Do you feel like this is a good place to land on these? There was some question about whether you should go back on a few of these, and I guess I'm also wondering uh, if the bus company's expectation, if you're pretty confident that their expectation is, I don't know if they've seen all this together, but if they might have been giving up more on Lynch because the athletics went up a little bit, or if they see those as separate. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
They may have agreed to this because they thought they'd make up a little bit more on athletics going up, where something else is going down. And if our expectation is we're paying the lower rate, they might have a different expectation. So I didn't know if that needed clarification or not.
yeah, possibly. It was hard to see some consistency in their numbers. I think reviewing these, it seemed, I think as Ms. Bergstrom said, we would have thought we've seen more consistent numbers across the board, where there's really a lot of variables here. But what's shown to you tonight, we can always go back and negotiate further. So I'd be happy to continue that conversation around those kind of vocational after school areas to see what their thoughts are, and I can report back to you on it.
Ms. Bergstrom?
Is my hand still up, Tom?
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know why I keep calling Ms. Bolanese and Ms. Bergstrom. You guys are
Okay.
switching the brain for tonight. All right, Ms. Bolanese. Look at what I'm looking at. I'm looking at you.
I'm not sure. I just had a quick question on the athletics numbers as well. So since we're using the third year of the contract that we are currently in, which is going until next year for that year one number, then are the out years, the year 2 and year 3, going to be starting from 600 and 650? Or is there going to be a jump from 595 to 650 to 700? And I guess it would probably be the same as well, depending on what happens with the, well, actually, no, that's just regarding athletic buses. Thank you.
Sorry, I missed the first part. They say so I think you said year one, we would assume for athletic transportation, our current contract, and then that contract would be ending next year. So FY26, we would assume the year 2 numbers. Is that what you're asking?
Yes, would we go straight to from 595 to 650, or would we go from, would he just push out the number 600 in FY26 and 650 in
Oh,
um
correct. Yep.
FY20?
Yeah, so we would go into 650 and 700 for those. And so we would skip over this year one for athletics.
Are you good, Ms. Bolognese?
I am, although I guess I just would wonder if we would push his numbers from his year one, year two out to year 2 and year 3.
Might that be a conversation for, if you're talking to them again, Mr. Mariano, maybe both of you?
Yeah. I'd be glad to-
Can I just ask for clarification? Ms.
I was just
Bolognese?
gonna say, yeah, go ahead, Dr. Hackett.
No, I'm not quite sure. Can you scroll up a little bit, Andrew? Are you talking about the year-over-year increases? So when we go from, or on the actual regular transportation tiers?
No, I'm sorry. I'm only specifically referring to the athletics field trip numbers.
Okay. So, all right.
I think she's saying if the basis for this year is the lower prior contract, would they not then step up into these numbers rather than just skipping the year?
And so we have one more year, Andrew, on that contract, correct?
Correct,
Athletics? Yeah.
Yeah.
So I
It's
mean, we
up.
would rebid that whole tier, correct?
And so this is already, so it's already bid, and you would assume the year two numbers because you'd be entering into FY26
But is this year the last year of the athletic transportation contract or next year?
next year. Yeah.
Next.
Okay, all right.
So if we rebid it, it would no longer be coterminous, Dr. Hackett.
I understand, and that is a huge problem around here. We like symmetry and I don't know what
Nobody else is going to use
By
that
now.
word. I'm going to do it.
I was waiting for it. I was a little disappointed Mr. Maron didn't do it.
All right, are we good on that question? Mr. Nixon?
All right, so I just have an arcane question. It doesn't affect my disposition on this tonight. And I was just shooting this question to Dr. Hackett, Mr. Marin, and I feel I'm embarrassed I haven't asked this before. But when I review the MASC guide on Mass General Laws, there is a reference for vocational school transportation, Chapter 74, Section 8A. And as I believe I read it, students within a municipality who are admitted to a training school, which would be a voc school, it appears we may be eligible to get reimbursement for the full cost of transportation, so long as those students don't reside less than 1.5 miles from the school. I'm not a lawyer. I'm just wondering, and I'm putting Dr. Hackett, Mr. Marin on the spot. Is there reimbursement opportunity through Chapter 74 8A? Do we do that already? This has never dawned on me to even look into this.
My understanding is that we are not eligible to receive Chapter 74 transportation funding because we don't actually, we're not a regional system. We don't, that Chapter 74 funding is usually reserved for districts that are regional districts and districts related specifically to vocational. But I'll have to look into that, Mr. Nix. I really don't know.
Okay, and I'm asking because Chapter 74 specifically applies to voc education,
Right.
not specifically regional districts.
Right.
And the more I read it, the more I started to get excited because it sure seems like we might have a reimbursement opportunity, but in all my years, we've never even broached this subject before.
It's a good question. How do we report those costs at the end of year report, Andrew? Are those reported as vocational transportation? Do you know?
Yeah, I'm not sure offhand. I had to look it up.
Okay.
I know that I did have a call with Desi today relatedly around transportation for those students under McKinney-Vento. And that is something we can be reimbursed for that I haven't seen done here. And so we're getting some clarification on that, so we can do that. There's not many students, but it has come up recently.
Well, if somebody could look at 8A, I think that would be,
Yeah.
that would be huge, and especially if there's an opportunity there, because that obviously could have implications for the current fiscal year as well.
We will absolutely look at it.
Mr. Maron, is there, what's the timeline on this? Is there urgency for us to do anything with this, or do you have time that we can go back and have those further conversations?
Yeah, in terms of contracting, we have some time. It's more getting a final number for budget considerations that we plug in on the general fund side. But we have time to further negotiate and update you on that. I don't think we have the contracts. I think I meant to check the RFP. We may have said that we would contract within 30 days or so of the award. I can double check and let you know.
Can I offer, Mr. Hopcroft, my questions have been answered tonight. I'm okay moving forward on this. I think we got the clarification on athletics I was looking for, and if there's low-hanging fruit in chapter 74, we should go after it, but it doesn't kind of change the nature of the bid. I mean, I'm supportive if we want to move forward, that's all.
Okay. How do others feel about that? I know, I believe, maybe Ms. Bolognese, I feel like I heard someone asking about, going back and, revisiting some of the numbers on the ones that have the higher rates, further down.
The vocational, that was me, the vocational and the after school, Mr. Hopcroft. Mr. Maron, could we make a motion to accept the bid as presented but allow you to continue to have conversations with North Suburban regarding the areas which committee members raised this evening? Would that allow you the ability to accept the bid when we're ready to accept it and still have those questions answered?
I believe that'd be fine. And yeah, that way we can begin the contracting process as we further negotiate the rates here.
Because I would presume that this is a bid not to exceed this amount. So obviously you
yeah,
wouldn't be coming back to us unless it was returned down. So I could make a motion to accept the transportation bid as presented with the ability for Mr. Maron to continue conversations with North Suburban regarding areas such as vocational and after-school busing.
Is there a second?
Second,
And may I just make
Just
an
a second.
amendment that says, but with the understanding, we will actually use the year 3 of the current transportation bid for athletics. That's the lower
Perfect.
points.
And I heard Karen second that.
second.
Right, so, all in favor, Ms. Bolognese,
Aye.
Mr. Nixon,
Aye.
Ms. Bergstrom,
Aye.
Mr. Brady,
Aye.
chair votes aye, so the motion is passed. Next item is consideration of intent to submit Morocco MSBA statement of interest in spring of 2025.
So this item has come to you as a result of the facilities workshop that you had in December. If you recall, there were a few things on that agenda, one of which was Morocco. And at that meeting, there was a general consensus of the committee that you would like to signal that your intent to submit an SOI to the MSBA in the spring of 2025, and that would be for a core project. This is not authorizing the submission. This is not the submission. This is essentially your commitment and your intent to do that at the next round of core project funding, which again would be around this time next year that we would be actually submitting. So there would be a lot of work obviously to be done between now and then. We don't have, we don't have the SOI completed by any stretch of the imagination. We've not identified what the priorities would be in terms of the MSBA core project application, but we wanted to put this on the agenda to have this discussion so that both the public knows and we know and our staff knows that we are committed to starting that process in full next year. And these are some of the slides I did share with you at the facilities workshop, and these are the modules. If I had a "you are here" for Lynch, it would be module 7 right now, which is pretty exciting. That project is really moving along, and there's a lot of work being done. And those of you who haven't had a chance to see the site, there's quite a bit of work happening. And I believe Mr. Nixon, correct me if I'm wrong, but the expectation for the actual total demolition of the building was end of March.
It'll be, it will start in February.
So
So
better
we
said.
have a lot of abatement work to do. So got to get through that, but the hope is it'll start in February. And you can see it really well now because all the trees are gone.
It's a different topic.
Different topic.
So as I just kind of walk you through, this is the overview of the modules with the MSBA process itself. As you can see, the submission of a statement of interest is up in the top left-hand corner here. And as part of that, we would submit based on their application process, letting them know that we are interested in being considered for a project. If we are successful in that submission, we would be invited to eligibility. So that is that's the first initial step of the MSBA considering our SOI. There are a lot of SOIs that are submitted by districts all across the Commonwealth. The MSBA goes through a vetting process of that. They rate them, rank them, and then they will invite districts for a further conversation, which is the eligibility period. So the submission itself would take place sometime this time next year. There are multiple steps involved in that submission. In terms of the school committee's role, you actually do approve the statement of interest for submission. That is a document that is approved by the school committee before it is submitted to the MSBA, along with the select board as well. So we would have to work backwards from that time frame to make sure we're hitting those points in the process and getting on agendas of the select board in time to make sure that we have that we meet the deadlines for the MSBA. Once you are invited to eligibility, then there is a 270-day period, up to a 270-day period to complete kind of the next steps, which is, as you can see the steps through here. And the invitation at that point to the next step would be an invitation to feasibility. At that time, as you went through with the high school, as you went through with Lynch, then there are several other steps that need to take place. And just to say that one in particular, which I think is relevant, because so that people don't get out ahead of themselves. One of the steps of the feasibility study and the feasibility process is that this district has to provide through several different options for for consideration that you have gone through and you have vetted. The EFPBC has gone through and vetted. So if you recall, at one point we were up to, well, I think almost 8 options, I believe. Maybe it was even more than that for Lynch. Those options have to include both a new building, but they also have to include renovation addition. You have to do a full study of availability of different sites within the town that would be possible for the new building. So those steps would be part of that process. I just thought it was interesting. I went into just take a look at kind of whether or not there's some trends that are taking place with SOIs that are being submitted to the MSBA. And I went back to 2019, which was when Lynch Elementary School was submitted. And I just really specifically wanted to look at the kind of the distribution of projects that have been approved to see where the MSBA was getting the most statement of interest, to see whether or not there have been some changes that are anywhere near notable. Obviously, since the inception of the MSBA, a lot of projects have been done. And my understanding is that they're getting into projects now that are more less critical emergency kinds of projects, but So they've done a really good job of funding those projects that really were health and safety issues and severe overcrowding issues, which there really aren't any districts now that are kind of experiencing those kinds of pressures as much as they were, as you were several years ago. So if you just kind of look through, you can see the distribution on the bottom pie chart. The number of elementary SOIs submitted in 19 were 80. Lynch was one of the successful ones, 89 in 2020, 65 in 2021. There were 65 in 2022, and there were 35 in 2023. So, you know, when all of these projects are submitted, while they are ranked based on the priority areas, this is a competitive process within the ones that are submitted in any given year. So while there may be schools that are in worse condition than some of a school you might be submitting for, if that submission doesn't come in from that other school, then your submission is competing against the ones that are in that pool in that given year. And you know, towns and districts submit at different times for many different reasons. So, but you know, as we continue to kind of look at this, you can see just by the blue that because elementary schools in general are less expensive to do than high schools and middle schools, I am making an educated guess that there have been a lot of elementary schools that were higher priority schools that have been done or are in the pipeline. And you know, it kind of begs the question as to what would the competition look like for Morocco in this pool if we were to submit in 2025. So, but just really just to show that kind of in general, the number of submissions are down overall, but the number of submissions for elementary schools is down disproportionately to the rest of the categories of schools being submitted for. I also, go ahead, sure.
Oh, I was just back one more slide. I was just trying to all this. I think the proportionality may not be as far off because in the year where in 2022 where there were 65 elementary schools, it was out of 121. And in the next year, the 35 was out of 63. So it seems, you know, perhaps not as dramatic a percentage, but what's alarming is that the overall number is dropping so much on on the next slide. You know, I wonder if that's a trend. That's
Point well taken, Mr. Hopcroft. It may not be a proportional drop, but there is a drop overall. And I guess more importantly to me would be is just the raw number.
yeah, which is concerning. If it's a trend.
Well, not concerning for me because I think it positions us
I was
better.
gonna say, or better for us.
Right, depending on your.
That's what I was thinking.
I mean,
fewer
I think, I
got
think,
it.
Dr. Hackett, you're thinking proportionally, if they're doing a similar number of elementary schools, we have a greater chance with less elementary schools being submitted.
I think
Is that what you're
proportionally was
saying?
the wrong choice of words. What I'm really
Okay.
trying to convey is that there are overall fewer schools SOIs being submitted for, and obviously as a result of that, there are fewer elementary schools being submitted. You know, if you're in a pool that has you know 144 submissions or 161 submissions, and you're one of 80 or one of 89, you're in a different. You are in fact also in a much more competitive pool because many of those schools had greater needs than the ones in my hypothesis is greater needs than the ones that are being submitted now. And kind of to that point, I did pull the 2016 building survey data. The MSBA has not done one census, but this year, 2016. But in 2016, they went through and they ranked and rated every single school within the Commonwealth. They had several criteria that they ranked it on, but I would just call call to your attention that number one is best condition, I would say, down to, I believe, 4, which was the lower ranking in that particular category. So they rated it based on overall building condition, mechanical systems. But when you look at how our schools did in that year in 2016, some good data here about when they were built. You can see that at that time, VO was the lower ranking school within the district in both building condition and general environment. And that Morocco actually was the only other school that rated a 2, and that was in general environment. So I think it's interesting that this is how they ranked them. I don't know what it means. It's relative to a rubric that they use, but in the effect or impact that any of these data have on when you actually submit an SOI, I'm not entirely clear of, but I thought it was an interesting data point. And I know that a couple of you here were here during this time too. So I don't know if you have any thoughts or comments on that, but I just thought it was interesting to take a look at.
May I,
I'm sorry, was
Mr.
that-
Hopcroft, may I just say something while Dr. Hackett does have that slide up?
Sure.
I'm glad you brought this up, because the point I want the committee to understand is that the MSBA actually uses 4 existing data points in their initial evaluation of SOIs, and that includes the 2016 school survey, both building condition and environment. And it is peculiar to me now that I see this, that even VO is represented the way it is, because VO was completed by then, but this is definitely reflecting.
2013.
Yeah,
This was-
this is reflecting the old building, and you can tell because it says it's 30,290 square feet. So that's maybe they just didn't update VO because it was a new building, but
I think these data were published in 2016. I think they were collected over a couple of years prior to that. I don't think it's necessarily reflects when the data were collected.
yeah, it's just weird because we built VO from 2011 to 2013. But the point that I just wanted to make is, even for this current, or this SOI cycle that's about to open up like this year, even though we're saying we're going to submit next year, the MSBA has publicly gone out and said they're going to be, one of the first things they're going to check is their existing survey data. So they've already got some information on Morocco. Obviously, we've made some investments in the building. They will learn about those, but they already know something about the school. This is one of the first places that they're going to look.
And back to sort of the beginning of your presentation, my understanding from prior conversations is that the time that we're submitting the statement of interest for is really the earliest feasible time that we could put one in, and it often takes multiple bites of the apple before we're successful. So
Well, it could, and I think that's part of the point that I'm just, and obviously, I mean, these are data that I pulled. Every year is different, what the needs are different, but I have to believe, given that the MSBA has been in existence for quite some time, and I have to believe, given what you see just in a trend that seems to be a trend of a decline in the number of overall, and I understand 2020 was a different year, but the kind of a decline in the overall submissions, I have to believe that a lot of projects have been done, and there are fewer projects that have the level of need that I would imagine that Lynch Elementary School was up against when you submitted in 2019. So it'll be just interesting to see what happens with that submission. I mean, conventional wisdom has been, 1, you don't get another project while you're in the middle of a project. 2, it takes 2 or 3 bites at the apple, as you said, to actually get invited to eligibility. I've had the experience where it took 1, accepted in the first submission, but it was a different situation. And when it was actually invited in for 2 middle schools that included some consolidation of elementary grade 5 into the middle schools, which really relieved a lot of pressure that was happening at the elementary level. So that was just an entirely different project. My point is that it's not unheard of. It could happen, and I think that what we have to make sure that we understand is that it could happen on the first submission. And if it were to happen on the first submission, then we're in this 207-day timeline we just really need to think through and be ready and have conversations with the community, with the select board and others about what where would we be if in fact we were invited into eligibility? What are the implications of that? And just, with kind of the planning implications of, let's say we are successful the first time we submit. So that's really the biggest reason why I pointed out is that I think it's going to be a different environment submitting an elementary school in 2025 than it has been.
Yeah. Ms. Bergstrom.
Did you? Thanks, Tom. Were you finished with your question, Mr. Hopcroft, before I jump in?
Yeah, well, I was just I think I was thinking this was acceptance data, not intake data, which is why I was concerned about the declining
Okay.
acceptances. But since they're intake, it's better. So go ahead, Ms. Bergstrom.
Dr. Hackett, if we can go back to the timeline, I just want to also understand, because I do think it's important that if this committee is committed to submitting around this time next year, the SOI for Morocco, what would be the timeline? Where on that timeline, remind us, would we be going out for the override to in fact fund this project? Because I think that's an important
I
part of
have
our
that answer.
communication.
If they say yes in the first application, it would be 2029.
It would be what, Mr. Nixon?
2029, no later. And it's just think of it as at least it's no more than 4 years. So we got accepted in 2019, Lynch override early 2023. I mean, that's after you've done feasibility study. So there are a lot of other, commitments and a case to be made with town meeting and so forth.
Right.
And I'm glad you're asking this question, Ms. Bergstrom, but this did come up at the budget summit with the select board the other day. I want to remind the committee that the new Lynch is about a $68 million project construction cost. Project cost, it's over 90, but you've got the MSBA share for reimbursement. Our net borrow, I think and I don't have the number, I should have the numbers in my head. It's around $74-ish million. You just think about a new Morocco, let's presume it's smaller than the Lynch we're building, because it just may be, but you'll have the cost.
Well, it doesn't have the
escalation.
preschool.
Doesn't have a preschool, but we need to continue talking about what we offer in the district as preschool. Should there be a preschool component? But the point I just wanted to make is we're borrowing, call it $75 million today to build Lynch. We're going to be borrowing at least that much in 2029 to build a new Morocco, and we don't even know yet what it looks like. But I would be pretty confident it's going to be at least that much, and it could be more. We just don't know. How big is it? Where is it? Is it Dr. Hackett's point, we actually looked at 11 options, not 8. Thank you very much. But we have renovation, ad reno, expansion, new build. I mean, we got to look at everything, and the MSBA is going to make us, do that. So think about that order of magnitude in terms of money, and think about needing to get to yes early in 29 if they say yes in the first round.
Ms.
So
Bergstrom?
another
sorry.
way to answer that also is that, and what this slide shows is that when the board of directors of the MSBA actually invites you into eligibility, you have a set 270-day window up to, not, that's a maximum number to complete these tasks. So you can do it in less than 270 days. I've seen it and have experience having these steps done in less than 270 days. It just depends on our readiness and the information we have, and just how we want to plan it out. The toughest part of this, and you experienced it prior to my arrival with Lynch, is just hitting the MSBA board of directors timeframes as to when they meet. So,
Right.
I mean, if you don't have everything ready and submitted by a certain date, they don't meet monthly. And they only consider certain decisions at certain times. So you can, if you get behind schedule a little bit, it can throw you off 6 months easily.
Dr. Hackett, is there, thinking of planning, knowing that this is our intent, are there any pieces that we can work on in advance of the submission to have ready were we to be accepted in the first round, or does everything have to start only once we're accepted?
Great question. Yeah, I mean, theoretically, you could and already have a lot of the pieces together. I mean, the SOI, a lot of the documentation in the SOI talks about current condition, talks about some of the data that you've seen. You've been through that experience. There are a lot of data that you would have available pretty easily and could put together. The harder part would just be really going through and being thoughtful about programmatically, what are the challenges, what are the priorities that you're going to identify. It would take some time, but you could begin the data collection process and start assembling some of the elements of the SOI prior to the actual submission date, and then you could. We are going out for an enrollment study that will help to inform the next stages of that if we were invited into eligibility. I think this district and just the talent on the FPBC, the talent on the school committee, the talent in the district. I mean, I think that we can put together a good product. We've been through it before. It's not like we're starting from scratch. So yeah, I mean, I think there are pieces of this that can be accelerated and done ahead of time. We just want to make sure we do it well, obviously, and I know you're saying the same thing.
Yep.
Is there a template for the SOI that stays fairly consistent from year to year so that you
Yes.
can assemble these pieces?
Yes.
Mhm.
And Mr. Nixon has his hand up as well.
Well, I wanted to address that very question that Ms. Bolanese was asking and I'd like to, this is going to kick out Dr. Hackett for a moment, but this is section 8 of the statute that created the MSBA. And this is their stated order of priorities for approval of projects in the SOIs. So every time we submit an SOI, our SOIs have to speak to these specific priorities, and these are in order. So what I wanted to do, yep, was there a question?
We're not seeing them.
Oh, shoot, it says, my screen share is loading. That's very strange. Let me try
No,
that
go ahead.
again.
Sorry, I was sharing, so I just stopped.
Let me try that again.
There you go.
There. So does that work now?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. So this is in their statute. They refer to this as part for any invitation for an SOI. And I want to review these quickly. I think it's good for us to just be thinking about this as a committee because it goes beyond simply saying we're ready to ask for their support for a new building. We need to say why, and we need to make a really strong case. So the MSBA will approve projects and reimbursements in the following order of priority. So not just these things, but literally these things in this order. First priority is for those projects for replacement or renovation when there's something is structurally unsound, serious jeopardizing the health and safety of kids. We don't have anything in that category, thankfully. Second priority is to projects to eliminate existing severe overcrowding. We have submitted on this before. We submitted on this for Lynch and for Morocco. So that is something, that historically we've had that's going to be a harder reach with a new Lynch, given all the capacity that's coming on board. Third priority is given to projects needed in the judgment of said authority to prevent loss of accreditation. I don't think that's an issue for us. I hope not. Fourth priority is those needed to prevent severe overcrowding expected to result from increased enrollments, which must be substantiated. So this kind of gets to enrollment demographic study, master planning. Like, can you show that there's a wave coming, a bubble coming, even though it's not here yet? And that has been a part of our requests in the past. And then the fifth is for replacement, renovation, or modernization of the heating system. This has more to do with green repair, but here it is in the statute anyway, as it pertains to SOIs. Sixth is for projects needing to address short-term enrollment growth. Seventh is to replace or add to obsolete buildings in order to provide for a full range of programs consistent with state and local requirements. We have submitted on this one before. I think this is a strong suit for Morocco. Built in 1966, it was the first open plan elementary school in Massachusetts. We had multi-age classrooms in there for generations. We don't do that anymore. So the bones of Morocco have literally been chopped up to accommodate a different kind of instructional model, and the systems have suffered for that. And then the eighth priority is for those from a court order or authority to address racial imbalance. And so those are the 8, and that's what they are. And when we submit an SOI, we specifically have to indicate which priorities we are addressing, and then make that case.
Thank you. Other questions, comments on this topic? Mr. Brady?
Thank you. I appreciate this being brought forward. I think it's important for this committee to signal the commitment going forward. And so I know, this is planning for the future, but I think this is definitely the type of planning that people appreciate, and they appreciate the accountability of saying that we're going to do something and this is the timeline under which we're going to do it. So I definitely think it will mean a lot to the community for us to signal this support tonight for going forward.
Thank you, Mr. Brady. And I think as stated earlier, it's also, I think, important for other decision makers in town to understand, as I think they do, that this is on the radar as they're looking at other debt. Do we need to take an
I was gonna
action
say,
on
do you
that?
need a motion, Mr. Hopcroft?
It sounded like Mr. Brady made a motion.
Yes, I did. I'm happy to have that be a motion.
All
Then
right,
I
we
will
have a
second it.
Okay, all in favor, Mr. Brady?
Aye.
Ms. Bolanese?
Aye.
Mr. Nixon?
Aye.
Ms. Bergstrom?
Aye.
And chair votes aye, so the motion passes. Thank you.
Can I make a request of the chair?
Yes.
So I think it would be appropriate, if you, I mean, it could be the superintendent, if you or the superintendent could just draft a short memo to the town manager and the select board and let them know that we have voted tonight our intent to submit an SOI for the MSBA core replacement program at the next cycle in 2025 for Morocco, to give them that notice, since they are partners in that submission.
Mr. Nixon, should we include the chair of the EFPBC on that as well?
We could do that, sure.
I think that's a great idea. In the spirit of full transparency and collaboration, oftentimes we sit very close to each other in this town, but we don't always make all the right connections in terms of communication. So, Dr. Hackett, could you and or I will work on that offline?
We will do that. Great suggestion.
So before we go into the budget, I did want to loop back on transportation, because we didn't go into detail on the electric buses, which I know there's been some community interest and certainly public comment tonight on the electric buses. I know the committee had the opportunity to look at the Delta, and I think that's why we sort of skipped over it. But Mr. Maron, do you mind just walking us through? And I think, by the way, it's very important that we get the input that we are getting from the community, and I think it's also that the district leadership went out and sought a bid that included electric buses. I think all of that signals something that's very important here. But it's my bad for not going into this part of the transportation bid. So, Mr. Maron.
Certainly, yeah, I can add. So as part of this bid, for the first time, we did include a request to give us pricing for electric buses and for hybrid buses. For hybrid buses, we did not receive any pricing for it, as they don't really exist in the market yet. And electric buses, what's in front of you on the slide is what those tier 1 bids came in at, and that's the price per bus per day. And that's our price, and is what we're seeing in other districts is that as they go electric, it takes quite a while for either the district or the bus companies to build that infrastructure. So you could bid, and then contracts can award this, and we'll see it to year 3, or further beyond that. I think just to speak to Ms. Plosky's comment around electric busing, so we are working on it. We've begun those discussions with the town and through members of our energy management committee, and also Ken Pruitt on the town side. And we are looking to schedule a meeting with that one group. Sorry, Ms. Pulaski mentioned it. It's Highland. It's like Highland busing, but they do a different model where they kind of they take up the upfront capital costs, then they lease you those buses over time. And so we can explore what those economics are and if that could benefit us. And also starting the conversation with our bus vendor around the infrastructure on their site where they store buses and what's possible there. So we're really at the start of it, but we're kind of getting all the parties together and starting to have some good conversations around it. So.
And I know that people have shared information about the Mass Clean Energy Center's technical assistance and electrification planning, as well as the EPA grants for school buses. You know, I assume that's also stuff that you guys are on top of and looking into as well, or if not, will be.
Correct. Yep. Yeah, those grants, and it's not. I know the initial grant that was mentioned really only pays for maybe 2/3 of one bus. So where a traditional bus, maybe a diesel bus is 100,000 and change, these electric buses are around $300,000 per bus. That costs. And I'll mention too, there have been some memos from the IG's office about changing some laws and how we procure items because those aren't in alignment with the kind of costs to amortize the purchase of electric buses. And you know, we award buses under Chapter 30B, and the charging networks are more of a Chapter 149 construction, and so it's separate efforts. And so I think that things are starting to align, but I see it taking some time to get all the laws to catch up to where we want to be.
Right. Mr. Nixon.
Yeah, I just wanted to offer, since Highland got mentioned in the public comment, it underscores the challenges for districts like Winchester, where we don't have our own full transportation department. We don't own buses. We don't have a depot to park them. Highland partnered with Beverly. Beverly as a district has 36 buses, I think almost a dozen vans. They have 2 more full-time employees on the payroll just to support transportation. They have a dispatcher, they have a bookkeeper just for transportation. So and I think we touched on this at the last meeting when that's brought up. When we talk about the electrification of buses, I think it's human nature to think about the capital expense, to literally think about buses with batteries. But it's hard for us because we just don't have our own department. In my mind, it's an easier transition for districts to make when they're of a size and have a certain size transportation department in-house, because you can really you're in charge, right? You can make decisions about what you're ready to pivot towards in terms of new technology. Whereas we're a little bit beholden to the market, and we do need those providers to be able to step up and offer what we're looking for. But regardless of whether it's in-house or not, there's sometimes an operational cost to this, just in terms of fleet maintenance and keeping everything up and running. And so even if it's provided by a third-party contractor, there may be a cost for that gets passed down to us. So I'm hopeful we'll get there someday. And there may be a day where we talk about, does it make sense to have our own buses in-house or shared with a neighboring district or something. I think all those options are things that we can keep talking about.
Yeah, just for clarification before I move on, Mr. Brady, Mr. Nixon, with regard to the operational costs of having a dispatcher or whatnot, the outsourced bus company would have that already for their traditional fleet, right? Would that be an
I
added
can
cost?
answer some of these questions because I came from a place where we did own our own transportation. We owned 40 buses. We had 2 mechanics. We had dispatchers. We had 27 or 28 Teamsters organized drivers. It is a separate, and a director of transportation. I mean, and I can tell you as a superintendent, even with that staffing, I spent 25% of my time on transportation, because it is there are the costs that you see on the ledger, and then there are costs that you don't see. Like, occasionally a driver would make a decision about how they handle a particular student or a situation in a way that wasn't all that conducive to parental relationships and And that stuff always went, they didn't want to talk to the director of transportation, they want to talk to the superintendent, and that doesn't happen here. So, you know, and I would also just say, we don't have, to Mr. Nixon's point, we are a small little nugget in the organizational structure of transportation. I mean, we, you know, 40 buses in Braintree, you know, we just don't have, we don't have an economy of scale. So when we go out for bid, we went out for this bid, we went out, we, you know, we put it out there, we hit all the timeframes, we had one bidder, the same bidder we've had, who is currently providing, and it's not a knock against the company, they're an excellent company. But when a first student who has the ability to make some significant investments because they have a big infrastructure, when they look at a place like Winchester, it's not worth it for them. I mean, it just isn't worth it because, you know, do they have a depot nearby? They're only going to be we're only running 11 buses. So, and that's more than we've run in the past. So I just think that there's, you know, we had to manage expectations around this. And we would buy, I know all of us would buy electric buses tomorrow if we could do it. But I just want to make sure that people understand there's more to this than getting a grant. Right? There's more to this than just the purchase of the buses. I mean, we are working with a small mom and pop, really, transportation company, and we have them because we are a small transportation, we have small transportation need, even though we're a decent sized school system. So, and we can explore all kinds of different options. My feeling would be at the end of this 3-year contract, when we go back out for a contract, we should go out for a 5-year contract, because that would give other companies a more of a shot to kind of distribute the cost out over a 5-year period if we're asking them to, one, even come in as a new company and having to ramp up to take us on, but two, if we're getting into you know, the cost of new buses. A switch over to a locally controlled, we own it. Don't forget that, you know, that impacts health insurance. It's workers' comp, and I can tell you it's a lot of workers' comp. We have, you know, drivers sometimes will call out, you know, you're shorthanded, you're trying to hire subs. It's a lot. It's a significant, it's why very few school systems take on their own transportation, especially small ones. So just throwing it out there.
Yeah, and I'll say I didn't hear any suggestions that we take over the operations of the transportation ourselves. Although certainly if the leadership brought that to us, we would consider that. But
I just want to make sure that you don't hear it.
yeah, so
Okay.
I didn't hear that from any of the public comment and I hear a strong resistance to it. I will say though that I think you're changing over is something the entire world is going to do. You know, we will get there eventually, and as you're saying, you know, after this 3-year period, maybe the next 5-year period, there's a more attractive contract. I think that if districts like us are signaling, as I think you are by asking for the bid, you know, for the options, you're signaling to the company that this is something of interest, and I think being open to working with North Suburban and other districts that North Suburban might service to help them think about this, and it may be that even that 5-year period after this 3-year period isn't enough, but maybe maybe some other districts do the can also do a similar thing, but I think over time it'll happen eventually. And I think it's good that we're signaling it, and it's good that our community is asking for it.
And I agree with all that, Ms. Topcroft. I just want to make sure that we do manage expectations, because sometimes I feel like there are some who think we're going to be able to turn this around within a couple of years. And I just don't see that happening unless there's major investment that's done by both state and federal to help these private companies also get their infrastructure where it needs to be.
We've just approved a 3-year contract, so we shouldn't wait till the end of the 3-year contract. Is was my point, and it sounds like stuff is happening. Made Mr. Brady wait though a long time, so I think well, I don't want to cut you off if you have more to say, but I didn't mean to jump ahead of him. Go ahead, Mr. Brady.
No worries at all. Thank you. I think, you know, the point that you made, I wanted to recognize the advocacy from our student who spoke at public comment. And I believe this was the first year that we asked for the bid for electric buses. Is that true? So I just wanted her to hear that, you know, her advocacy is in line with what we're doing. So 3 years ago, we weren't asking for a bid for electric buses. So now we are. And I think going forward, to your point, that'll be our practice. And every time we do that, every time other districts do that, it signals that that's what we're looking for. And the cost will come down and eventually we will get there. And so to Dr. Hackett's point, we'll get there when we can get there. We're not going to be able to get there tomorrow. We could get there tomorrow if we wanted to, but it would be spending a lot of money that could go elsewhere. And so we always have to make that question. Do we want to pay, Mr. Marin has a nice chart here. Do we want to pay an additional $325 a day per bus? Ultimately that's up to the town. If the town decided that's what they want to do, then the town could do that. We could easily do that. It's not, the amount of money is not, it's not out of our reach, but it's a large commitment. And, I don't know if the support is there, but I think, again, it's important that we are looking at this. It's a new thing to even look at it. And so I'm encouraged. I hope that people continue to advocate for this. And I think that we'll continue to make it a priority for something we move towards, when we can and when it financially makes sense to the people in the town.
And I think it's also important to note that the district is not only signaling the right thing here, but they've also converted their entire fleet of one van to electric. So, they're walking the walk. But thank you for all you guys are doing and for keeping this moving forward. All right, so on to item C, FY25 budget development update. Dr. Hipkett.
So thank you. So as you know, and you have a finance subcommittee who's been meeting pretty regularly. Ms. Topcroft and Ms. Brady, chaired by Mr. Brady, have had several meetings now, two or three. Not going to have another one on Thursday night. This really is an overview of where that subcommittee left off last week. The information that's here is what was presented to them, and just to kind of show where we are in the process of developing the budget. We started and please, Mr. Hopcroft and Mr. Brady, just step in if I miss anything. But these were the slides that were presented. We started with a personnel rollover. This is strictly just personnel cost, just to show, as you know, we are going into a contract that does provide a 4% increase for most units. There was some restructuring done within those contracts. It is, there is no question that we are much more competitive with the market, and there's no question that competitiveness has helped us in terms of our pool. It's hard to draw a direct causality, but because the pools may be up anyway. But what we are seeing is when we hire people, we're having fewer instances where we're trying to make up a gap, a huge gap based on where they may be coming from. So that's all good news. And so what we want to do with this particular exercise was just roll over our existing staff. This makes no considerations for retirements, for any kind of enrollment section review, particularly at the elementary level, which, as you know, we always do. And this was just really that exercise. So it's real in that it gives a starting point. It's not real in that it is really where we're going to land. I just wanted to say publicly the work that Andrew Marin and our HR, Marie, Lori, and the work that Michelle Kingdon have done around really trying to establish position control has been huge, and it's going to make a ton of difference. And we're at the point now where we have established position numbers for all our positions, which sounds like it's probably should have been happening all along, but that's where we are. We post now by those position numbers. HR knows what those position numbers are. So in those particular cases where we have a position like an ESP, a teacher assistant, where that role can move from one building to the next, it may or may not be the same person year over year. It can be very difficult sometimes to track those positions. So with a position control number, no matter who's in the position, we know where it is and what it is. And it just gives us much better handle on our personnel on a ongoing regular basis. So when we brought that personnel projection forward, we were at, as you can see in the bottom right-hand side here, we were at the 4.94% number. Then we came back to the subcommittee again on January 4th, their last meeting, and we had reduced that number from 5.94 to 5.57, which represented about a $200,000 reduction in the initial projection. That reduction was the result of continued cleanup of making sure that we had everyone budgeted where they need to be budgeted. We took into consideration some differences in what we had budgeted for someone coming into a role versus what we ended up having to hire at. And we did take into consideration a couple of retirements that we are aware of at this point in time. So that number hasn't changed dramatically since January 4th, a few days ago. This is again just the personnel budget only. And then we also brought forward, inclusive of our other expenses at this point in time, our other expenses that we're projecting at $8,416,101. That is up from our current budget of $8.3 million or 8.69% budget. However, I want to be very clear, the caveat here is that the only increase in the other expenses line that we have built into this right now is our transportation increases, which you just reviewed tonight, with the exception of the Lynch tier. We are not carrying the funding right now in this budget for the Lynch tier for next year. As we all know, we were very fortunate that we had support from the select board to support that tier, that cost of that tier, inclusive of understanding that we were not charging bus fees, transportation fees for Lynch families. The ridership is very, very high. It's made a tremendous difference, and I have to believe that it would be quite noticeable, both in terms of our student attendance, but also in terms of the traffic that we all experience in Winchester in the beginning of school, end of school day, if we had parents on the road trying to drop kids off to the Parker school. So we are not currently carrying those costs. You saw what those costs look like. We'll have to have that conversation as we continue to move forward with this budget and how you want to handle that as a committee. So when we bring in those, and we also have not included any additional increases for special education, specifically to out-of-district tuition costs. So those two items have not been included in this budget. That will be in the next iteration. We'll have those costs carried outside of this, show the Finance Committee, probably not Thursday, but at the following meeting, what those costs look like, and then continue to hone down on the entire budget overall. But as it stands, as of January 4th, the FY25 budget projected is a 4.93% increase over the FY24 budget. The other piece of work that we're doing is somewhat of a zero-based budget exercise with our different expense lines, supply lines, some of our other contracted lines, keeping in mind that that is a small percentage of our overall total budget. But we really wanted to take a hard look at both historical spends on some of those lines, as well as really try to build them a little bit from the ground up. And I think that for the last several years, and I think years even prior to, and it's pretty typical that some of those lines just kind of get brought over year without really kind of evaluating what's really needed within them, and whether or not, I mean, it's not that I don't think the money is likely needed, but I think that there might be opportunities for us to think a little differently about where some of those monies are budgeted in terms of trying to meet the needs that we have in front of us. So that's where we sit right now. This just represents the 4.93%. You can see this is the actual kind of cost center, larger roll-up budget that you are familiar with, that you have seen regularly. Going from left to right, you can see FY24 current year personnel, FY24 budgeted expenses, total approved budget, and then FY25 personnel, proposed expenses, proposed total spending. You can see the dollar change, and then a lined up comparison of the actual FTEs, FY25 for current, FY25, the dollar changes in the overall budget, and then the percent changes. This particular slide, this was a conversation at the Finance Subcommittee, we wanted to show was that in particular, the central office line, how we have historically budgeted as a school department, the central office personnel is not how we report it to the state. When we report the central office personnel and expenditures to the state as part of the state year-end report, we are not at 23.10 positions. What's included in those positions are a lot of our curriculum leaders and directors, content area coordinators, and some other personnel. This particular iteration of this budget actually removes the SEL administrator, the SEL guidance administrator, Aaron Kuhn, as you know, in this office. It removes the ELL coordinator, and it removes the director of nursing and puts those positions in the last cost center, pupil services at the very bottom. So you can see it's a decrease in both the number of FTEs in that central office line, as well as the overall expense. It's also then a corresponding, somewhat corresponding increase in the pupil services line. We would like to go full in on this. And that's what this slide represents, of reducing the central office to the actual positions that get reported to the state as part of the state year-end report that are in the central office doing central office function. That number is 12. So in this budget, what you will see is a distribution of those other positions. For example, Director of Social Studies position would be split essentially 50-50 between the high school and McCall Middle School. A content coordinator at the elementary level would essentially be split among the elementary schools. So you can see a significant decline in the central office dollar figure, 1.3 million or 34%. But then you can also see increases in the other schools as we distribute those positions across the district. So there's the issue that I raised with this finance subcommittee is that this, I feel, is a more transparent, representative way to budget and to present our budget, because it does reflect how we submit to the state at the end of the year. But I also don't want to be in a situation where we spend an hour trying to help people understand what we're doing here. And we want to make sure that people know that, you know, this is truly an attempt to just be more transparent. It's not an attempt to do anything other than that. But then it comes with a lot of explanation potentially of what's happening with some of the other cost centers. You know, why all of a sudden do we see that, for example, Lincoln School is up 15.76%. Well, Lincoln School is up 12.25%, partly because we have staffing over here that is managing our Lynch kindergarten students, because you remember we only have one Lynch section of kindergarten right now at Parkhurst, and we brought students over from there. You can see the corresponding drop at the Lynch line of 0.72%. But then, like, if you just look at the high school is up 6.42% in this iteration, and the high school is up 9% in this iteration where we distribute those positions. So I think, you know, I was looking for feedback from the finance subcommittee. We will do it any way that you'd like to. I just wanted to wanted to put out there because it is more accurate. We think it is more transparent, but we also know that there'll be some challenges around it in terms of really trying to communicate what it is that we're doing and why we're doing it. And that's it. Andrew, did I miss anything?
No, I think that covered it.
And Mr. Hopcroft, Mr. Brady, anything you'd want to add to this?
I would just add that in the committee we discussed, whether to sort of take a few small baby steps and do it over a number of years, But we thought if, I think, and Mr. Ray should speak on behalf of the committee, but that was another option that we had talked about. But Seamus, do you want to talk about what this committee felt on this?
Yeah, I think we talked about, we could explain it. If we do it over many years, we could explain it every year that we're shifting, reallocating these positions to where they really are, or we could do it all at once. And to Dr. Hackett's point, there might be some explaining, but I think if we're able to show, the total number of positions aren't necessarily changing, it's just that we're assigning them where they really work. And it also kind of helps people see where we're spending our money. We're not spending the significant amount of money on central office staff. We're spending the significant amount of money on people who are working in the schools. And I think that's important to represent that more clearly. So, I think similarly with the position tracking and the position numbers, these are all good things to be doing. I think it helps with the transparency. It helps things be clearer for the public. And so they're all positive steps forward, and I think it will be helpful in the long run, just in terms of clarity's sake. And I think it'll help people get even more behind what we're trying to do when they can really clearly see where the dollars are going and what they're being spent on.
Ms. Bergstrom.
Yeah, I think that middle page that you presented, Dr. Hackett, is really helpful, where it shows the contractual and changes in student support. The one that you just clicked off of. I think that that really explains the changes. I noticed the 10% and the 12% at Morocco and Lincoln, but then understanding that that's contractual increases and changes in student support, we can have those fluctuations school by school any year, and it makes the last sheet where you've moved everything into out of central office and into the buildings sort of a less glaring, the 15 and 16. It's not really such a huge jump because it's understanding where those jumps come from. And I think our primary audience for this is probably the education subcommittee of the finance committee, because I think that town meeting doesn't get this level of detail of our budget typically. So my question for our finance subcommittee and Mr. Marin and Dr. Hackett would be, how would you where or how would we plan to introduce this to the education finance subcommittee? Because I think that's who we would need to get on board with this change.
I think the good news of this is that you do, the bottom line is the bottom line is the bottom line. So the making this change and explaining this change doesn't all necessarily have to happen before you vote and approve a budget to be sent to the town manager.
Right.
So I think we do have some time to do this. So with that, I mean, I think, that gives us a little bit more. I think probably meetings with I know we are on the calendar for the full FinCom, I believe, right? Full FinCom in February. We've not been asked or been by the Finance FinCom Education Subcommittee. I'm not sure what the status is of that group, but I think we can work with FinCom leadership prior to. I think our Finance Subcommittee can work with their leadership just to kind of walk through what this looks like, along with Andrew and myself. I do think that people are going to understand it. I just, but you're right. I mean, it's going to take a little bit of educating, and also it's a good point about what the level of detail that is brought to town meeting too.
Yeah,
I just think if we can move forward as a team with them, then I don't think there's any issue in doing this.
Yeah, I was just going to mention a couple things. One is that a member of FinCom leadership has been in the attendees for each of our FinCom school committee finance subcommittee meetings. There's been someone mostly the chair of the finance committee, school or education subcommittee. And if not in the most recent one, another member was there, so they have some visibility into it. And largely, what you're talking about here isn't a substantive change; it's just an accounting or reporting, communications. How we describe, how we to the same number. Whether you put them in one set of categories or another set of categories. So I know my preference was to sort of rip off the Band-Aid, because you have to explain that we're just changing the accounting for some very good transparency related reasons to list the people where they're located, and rather than sort of stepping into it and having to tell the story over multiple years, just tell people we're updating it and just do it once, was my thought. And I think Shane shared that as well. I think we had that thought. Um,
I would agree with both of you then. I think this does a nice progression.
Are you, Ms. Bergstrom, do you have other questions?
No, I'm all set.
Ms. Mullins?
Oh, it's
I can't
me
put my
again.
hand down for some reason.
Okay. I was nervous last time that I'd moved on and your hand was still up, so I wanted to ask. Ms. Mullins.
No, I was just going to say that I appreciated this, the two spreadsheets that are shown here. I think it lays out very clearly the changes, and I tend to agree. I think it's easier to, I think as Mr. Hopcroft was saying, rip off the Band-Aid and discuss these changes at once so that you can see them all together, because if you do it slowly over a few years, then the leadership changes, some of the history might be lost. You have to go back and review. So I think just coming right out and saying, okay, here's what the change is helpful.
Mr. Nixon.
So I might call out the elephant in the room on the spreadsheet. It stands out to me. There's a 0% increase in athletics, just seeing the increases across the board elsewhere. And if it's presented in this way, the suggestion is any increases in athletics would have to be absorbed by fees. We have some modest increases just in the increased stipends for coaches as one example on the personnel side. And of course, we talked about transportation tonight already. And I know we will have a fee conversation at some point soon. I'm struggling though with showing literally a 0% increase. If for no other reason, it suggests, we might have to deal with zero elsewhere in some other line item. So thank you for going back to that, Dr. Hackett. What can you share with that? And how does the athletics transportation discussion we had tonight sort of connect to that observation?
So we've not yet finished putting together the athletics budget. There aren't any requests at this point for any additional programming. It really is trying to close what has been, as you know, a historical gap between what we end up spending on athletics and what we actually budget. Some of which we are at a point now where some of which is, yes, covered through fees, but some of which in the end is actually covered through the operating budget from other lines as we kind of wind down a school year. So athletics has gone quite some time without any increase. I mean, there are structural increases built in, whether it's staffing, the stipends that are provided and paid, or whether it's ice time or, ski slopes or swimming pools or other expenditures that are part of athletics. So what we want to bring to the finance subcommittee, it really is the historical spend for several years. We want to go back 3 or 4 years to show what we actually have spent, not what's been budgeted, because what's been budgeted isn't necessarily what's been spent. So to give everyone a handle on that, this point, we're not at all hinting or recommending that we would increase fees for athletics or any other area. I think the fee discussion, unfortunately, is going to have to take place after the budget is complete, although it'll be part of the budget discussion because we'll at least be able to show you kind of where we think we're going to be potentially coming up short, and have to make some decisions on the expense side or the revenue side as to how we're going to cover that. But we intentionally left it off. And yes, I did want to bring you back to this slide just to make sure that there are other things in here that aren't included. I would also just want to say that, you know, the personnel line isn't entirely done either. I mean, this is a very difficult time frame to put a budget together, and I know other districts do it. But I can tell you that one district I'm familiar with, they just have a lot more flexibility on the revenue side than we do. We are so tight. I have been in this business a long time, and I have been in communities that have no money. And this is the toughest place to budget that I've ever been, because the margins are just razor thin. And you know, that does show up in our per pupil expenditures, no matter what formula anybody wants to throw at it. We are annually one of the lowest per pupil spends in the state. And you know, we don't have areas to go to. We don't employ our own custodians, so we can't control the custodial maintenance operations lines. We don't really control the transportation lines in many ways. So when we're looking at our budget, in terms of, you know, if we were to have to make reductions, it's straight personnel. I mean, it is just flat out straight personnel, because the majority of that $8.4 million that we're showing you is all tied up in contracts and professional services. It's not, you know, this isn't paper supply that we can reduce. So all that just to say that, you know, to have a budget that has to be done essentially in the month of January, because candidly, it's pretty tough to get to real serious budget conversations much sooner than just prior to December. To have it done and have it approved and submitted to the town over 6-7 weeks, perhaps, when you throw in the December break, Thanksgiving break, and then to have the town have until town meeting, which is May or April, May, to deal with it, it just is hard. So like we did last year, I think that, you know, and I know this committee is open to this. We talked about this at finance subcommittee. I think we need to continue kind of the practice that we did last year of, yes, we're going to submit a budget. Yes, this is the approved budget, but we may not be done. I mean, we may come back to you and you may vote a different number, and then deal with that through the process of FinCom, the select board and town hall. Last year, we came back with a recommended reduction, which was a lot easier, obviously, to deal with than if we were going in the other direction. But, you know, I think we have to kind of view this process as a little bit more iterative than we're done January 30th. That's a long answer, Mr. Nixon. I'm sorry, but.
Well, I guess I appreciate that. My only reaction would be, to the extent we extend the budget development process and a January 30th vote means sort of necessarily less and less in terms of a destination. There is a slippery slope for the school committee because, you know, by charter, we still have elections in March. And then we go to town meeting. And in any given year, you know, it's this committee that's working with you on a budget, and we kind of wrap it all up in a bow, but then you have elections and then you go to town meeting. Right. And if I play out a worst case scenario, it's one in which a school committee votes something in January, debate keeps going on in February, the budget is seen as somehow less certain. It even becomes a political topic of discussion in a municipal election. There's an election, there's a new board, and people like want to keep arguing about the budget. That's not where this is going, but you know, we all work to deadlines. That's one of the reasons I kind of like the way it's set up the way it is, though I appreciate the runway is short for you and everybody that contributes to the process. It's tough. I get it.
Yeah, I mean, there's just so many unknowns, and I'm certainly, and that's a great point. I do want to say that, you know, I'm not talking about wild swings of 2% or 1% that, you know, we come back to you and say, you know, in March we need to go up by 1.5%. You know, kind of like last year was a reduction, so it was a little easier. But you know, there may be a need to make some adjustments.
Yep.
We have a lot of emerging kinds of changes within special education. You know, ironically, I think we have a better handle on out of district placement costs going into next year right now than we do on our potential need for some additional sped staffing within the district to help support students who have been identified or have been services needs have changed. So so yeah, I mean, we're not talking about wild swings, but there's just a lot of uncertainty to have a school budget done by the end of January when there's really not a lot of room for adjustments within the actual budget itself.
Mr. Beatty.
I was just gonna add that, you know, as Dr. Hackett said, it was a reduction last year, but I did find that people appreciated the updates and they appreciated the refinement because, you know, one course of action is to build a budget and then not refine it. And then, you know, you're left with additional money that maybe you don't necessarily need, or you're not really making your best effort to get it as accurate as possible. So I think people do appreciate the efforts to continue to update it with information. Obviously, what we vote at the end of January will be the very best that we can have it at the end of January. But when new information presents itself in February and March, there's no reason to stick with what we had in January when we have new information that, you know, is really relevant and important and is going to have a significant impact. We can't control when the information comes to us, you know. So I think Mr. Marin and Dr. Hackett work to come up with the very best budget they can by the end of January. But then when we get new information, I think we do want to incorporate it and we want to tell people, you know, as soon as we can and update our numbers as soon as we can, because I think that transparency definitely goes a long way and people appreciate that more than not.
Well said. Ms. Bergstrom.
I do appreciate what you're saying, Dr. Hackett, about the budget timeline as well, too, because to Mr. Brady's point, while we want transparency and people do appreciate the process last year and since you've been here and getting the regular updates and being able to appreciate changes to the budget, people are much more amenable to those when the budget goes down than if our budget would have to go up. So I do appreciate how hard this is to feel like we're getting it right, and the work that you and Mr. Marin put in to make sure that it is so by the end of January, because as long as we do go down after that, I think we will get a lot of support. I think the first time we come back and say our special ed costs have gone up after that, I think that is going to be a much harder conversation. So I think just preparing folks for the fact that the budget that we're voting is the very best budget that we can have at the end of January, but also with the knowledge that there are still some unknowns that we just can't get a handle on at this point in the calendar year. And letting people know that that means there could be a little bit of swing either way is important too.
Great. Anyone else have anything to add?
I would just at the risk of as thank you for that point and the comment, Ms. Bergstrom, and I think what we're trying to do administratively is present you with an accurate budget that is on as we can provide it at that point in time in January. And but I just know that it would be tighter and much more accurate if we had more time. And so at the risk of what you just said, I don't want to be the superintendent who comes back to you as a school committee. And I don't think you want to be the school committee who goes out to your, the boards that you interact with to say, you know what, I know this is the number we voted at the end of January, but we need another percent. I think that's it. Obviously, if it has to happen, it has to happen. But I say that just to say that, there's got to be some built-in uncertainty at a reasonable level when we're talking about January 30. Because we don't know what potentially could be some big pieces. Now, I say that also saying that, when you look at this particular slide, the amount of money that is really, well, not this particular slide, but this particular slide, the bulk of our money goes to personnel. So, that's where we spend our money. And again, just to make the point, because that's where we spend our money, and because we should be pretty close as to what we think we're going to need for personnel on January 30. If anything, we might be short because we have 2 kids move in May who need additional support in the classroom. We have to hire 2 teacher aides. That's the best we can do with it. But when we're looking at where we can reduce, we're really talking about this 8.4 million. And of that 8.4 million, the amount of money that we actually really can take reductions in is extremely low, because most of that is tied up in contracts. And again, we don't, it's not supplies. We're not making decisions as to whether or not we're going to fund an increase in the amount of the supply lines, which has not been done since I've been here. Those have been held at 0. That's just not going to really help support any kind of real reduction if we had to make it.
And to be clear, the numbers that you're bringing forward to us also at this time don't include any program improvement or really any added teaching staff to expand any options for kids, and that's also something that we've held pretty consistent the last few years as well.
With the exception of Mandarin, we have not done any additional enhancements of programs. That is absolutely true. And we're going to still bring you some things, but we're going to keep it outside the budget. And then if we get to a place where we think we might be able to put something into the budget at a later point in time, then at least you have the prioritized list, and we can make some recommendations based off of that.
Sounds like on the budgeting for January, to the extent that there are areas that have a range, take the transportation, for instance, perhaps what we have now is at the high end of a range, but perhaps they are willing to honor the prior year's contract with athletics, or perhaps we're able to lower some of the vocational or other things, but we know that it's not going to cost more than what's been presented. Maybe you just put the high end of the range in for everything in the January budget, and then as time goes on and you get better data, your better data will always be less. If you always pick the high end, don't say, oh, I think the transportation might come in here, or whatever the item is. Just say this is the high end of the range, and in theory, except for the things that you can't control, the student moves into the district or whatever, in theory, the better refined data will only be going down then, except again for those wild cards.
Good discussion.
Lots of fun. Very good with this topic.
I'm fine to get off this topic.
Okay. Next item is future agenda items. And we can see if you have the same future agenda items we do. FY 25 budget development, so more of this topic. And the 24-25 school year calendar are a couple items coming up. Future meeting dates. We have a meeting on January 16th, which is just about the budget, I believe. Mr. Nixon, you had a question?
Well, just on agenda items, can I add on to that? Just to be sure we don't lose sight.
What?
So we've talked about some presentation on data management, right? Data safety, infrastructure. Some of that might be public, some of that might be executive session. I think that's important for us to hear. And I also want to mention, I think Ms. Bergstrom might have mentioned this in the facilities workshop. Maybe it was another member. Town meeting 2 years ago did approve $60,000 for very conceptual engineering work at Lincoln, where we've lost one of the two chillers. So in order to keep air conditioning going at Lincoln, we're going to need new equipment. They came up with 4 different options: 2 roof-based, 2 ground-based, with different mechanical approaches. That report was issued to engineering, I think it was in March, Andrew, something like that. It came out in the spring. It did not actually come to the school committee, although it was a school committee article that funded that. My understanding is Mr. Lawson at DPW has a preference for, if we go with a roof, he wants to do it one way. If it's on the ground, it's another. And there are some impacts of this in terms of impact on students, the environment, size, noise, vibration, that kind of thing. And DPW is really hot to get moving on this, to actually get going, engineering a solution. And you all may remember Mr. McPeak actually said at town meeting, the expectation was DPW would come to the school committee, Dr. Hackett, and share this report, so the committee can kind of understand these 2 different options. That is, going with a roof or putting all this equipment on the ground, where space is at a premium, especially at Lincoln. So I wanted to refresh everybody's memory on this, because I think it's important for the committee and administration to understand what the options are, and if DPW has a preference, what it is, before we go too far down the wrong path. Is that a fair summation, Andrew or Frank? And can one of you loop back with Pete? Or I just feel like we need to bring this back to the committee, much like we had a really good presentation on the high school gym.
Yeah, absolutely. No, that's a discussion that needs to happen. And as you were talking about the safety and security and the data stuff, my hope would be that we might be able to push those items out, unless there's a time frame or a timeline that I'm not aware of, into February, maybe even early March, depending on what it is, so that we can just kind of stay focused on the budget, unless you think there might be some budget implications for either one of those.
Well, that was part of the motivation when I brought it up a couple of months ago, was whether there might be some budget implications, even on the operating side, whether it's, licensing fees or training or something. I mean, obviously, equipment would be more sort of a capital cost, but to remind the committee, if something costs under $35,000, we don't really bring it to capital anymore. It's expected you're going to own it in your operating budget. So, I mean, I don't want to be too selfish here. From my point of view, I'm eager and hungry to understand what we're doing today. Do we have the resources we need? Is there something we could be doing better and we'd feel more confident about managing data and personal information, keeping malware attacks at bay, et cetera? Would we be doing a better job if we had additional resources? And I'd like to understand what those are if we monetize that. So yes, long answer. I raised the question a while ago with some concern there might actually be a budget implication.
All right. Dr. Hackett, we'll connect with you on some of these items for future meetings.
Yep.
Isn't that great? The 16th, I think, is mostly budget, and the 23rd is our public hearing on the budget. Any other items before we close?
I just have a question for the finance subcommittee. At the last meeting, I had raised the question about the town meeting handbook. And we heard back that FinCom was going to be updating the handbook in January. The handbook that was delivered to town meeting, I think, was pretty misleading in terms of special ed personnel. And I think it would be really in our interest to have a lot of that corrected, rather than sort of tack on another fiscal year and then publish that document. Has the subcommittee had any conversation with FinCom about that?
So late breaking news, we did receive a communication, Andrew and I think Tom, you were on it as well, from John Miller. Asking us for some additional data, which they do every year, but also letting us know that they were updating their handbook. So I kind of see that as an opportunity for us to have that discussion with them, whether it is more of a in writing, this is our concern, this is what we would like to see happen, discussion, or whether finance subcommittee actually has that conversation at a meeting. But at least we have we have an open door to do that.
Right. And to put a finer point on it, I mean, just as an example for the committee, here's page 6 of last year's handbook, and I don't know if you can see the pink line. We absolutely did not hire 53 special educators in FY15. Maybe there was misunderstanding about some of the data that underpinned this. There may have been some employees who'd been previously paid by grants that were suddenly being paid for by the operating budget, but charts that reflect headcount, it really should just be that headcount. And charts like this, then sort of support further arguments about the growth in school spending that I think are just misleading and unfortunate. So I hope we can seize an opportunity to clean that up.
Noted.
Was it?
All right, so that brings us to the end of
Motion to adjourn?
the agenda, so.
Second,
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Ms. Bowles-Knowles? Mr. Nixon, says
Aye.
aye. Bowles-Knowles,
Aye.
Mr. Bergstrom,
Aye.
Mr. Brady,
aye.
chair votes aye. Thank you, everyone. Meeting's adjourned.
Have a good night,
Thanks,
everybody. Thank
everyone.
you.
Thanks, everybody.
Night.
Bye.
Good night.